In compliance with the notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting laws, notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for the presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's Rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from the voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guest, from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on the top of them. They are on when the light is blue. The meeting minutes from February 2nd, 2024. Is there any corrections or additions? Can I have a motion to approve? Oh, go ahead. Okay. Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion's approved. Public comments on our current agenda items. No one has signed up for this morning. So being none, we will move into the next agenda item. The chair's report. Grace Galucci.
Good morning. I have no chair's report. We'll go right into the materials.
Item number 4, action items. Brownfield revolving loan fund recommendation for funding.
Yeah, I can start this one off. So as you know, the Brownfield Steering Committee recommends loans and subgrants that are subject to approval by Vibrant Neo and NOACA boards. The conduit to the NOACA board is the Finance and Audit Committee. 2 previous loans have been approved. One was executed for Middleburg Heights, and the other is being drafted for a developer. And at this point, we have been very successful in terms of loaning out the funds that we have. And we are hoping that we have an award that will be given to us at the end of this month, which would allow us to move forward on additional remediation projects. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jason to go into more detail. I don't know if you've met Jason Nauer yet, but he is a planner within the NOACA staff, and he handles both Brownfields and Vibrant Neo as part of his assignment.
Good morning. Nice to meet you all. So the action being requested today is to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2024 Board of Directors meeting agenda, contingent on NOACA receiving supplemental funds from the U.S. EPA. And that is to offer a loan from the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund to the City of Akron in the amount of $500,000. This recommendation has been approved by the Vibrant Neo Board of Directors at their meeting on April 23rd, 2024. So a little background, 2 applications were received in this round of funding from the Revolving Loan Fund. Philadelphia Rubber Works, which is also in the City of Akron, did not submit sufficient documentation to be considered for this round. However, we do anticipate that they will continue their application process for a future round of funding. And then the City of Akron for its Firestone Park redevelopment project, which is what the Brownfield Steering Committee does recommend making a loan to. So as this loan to Akron would be from the supplemental funding, so that's where the contingency comes from in the action. We do anticipate finding out if we've received that funding this month. And with regards to the loan, general terms and conditions will be applied as well as a general obligation pledge, if possible, with the city of Akron. Some background on the site. It is located at 1200 Firestone Parkway in Akron. It is the site of the Firestone Tire and Rubber Manufacturing Facility. Property is 4 acres and includes a 640,000 square foot building that the city intends to demolish after remediation. The planned reuse is to redevelop the site with a new building for industrial manufacturing. The city of Akron is requesting $500,000 to remediate asbestos prior to demolishing the existing structure. And the project anticipates to create 150 temporary construction jobs and 100 permanent jobs. The full cost of remediation and demo is $7,500,000. Akron is requesting funding from the Ohio Department of Development Brownfields Remediation Program grant for the additional remediation and demo work, and anticipate to know if they will be awarded funds later in 2024. Given that the steering committee determined that the loan agreement should have an expiration date of 1 year after the NOACA Board of Directors approval, to allow the city of Akron to withdraw its request in the event that they do not receive that DOD funds and need to reconsider its remediation and redevelopment plan. Financial impact of this action would be the allocation of $500,000 from the supplemental funds if awarded, and actual disbursements will take place gradually as the city of Akron submits eligible expenses for reimbursements. So as stated, the announcement for supplemental funding from the US EPA is expected this month. If the NOACA Vibrant NEO Coalition is granted that supplemental funding, additional subgrants and loans will be possible. And if approved by the board, the loan will be executed by the appropriate parties and funds will be encumbered from the revolving loan fund. As I also stated previously, the loan agreement will have a 1-year expiration date to account for the city of Akron's pending requests for additional funding. And the Brownfield Steering Committee will meet again in July of 2024 to review more applications if received. So the Finance and Audit Committee is asked to recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2024 Board of Directors meeting agenda, contingent on NOACA receiving supplemental funds from the US EPA. And that is to offer a loan from the NOACA Vibrant NEO Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund to the city of Akron in the amount of $500,000.
Can I have a motion to approve? Second. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion's approved. Thank you. Procurement, traffic count services, Cindy Burt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Morning. Okay, here to present the first of 4 procurement items this morning. This is for NOACA's traffic count program. The action being requested under the item is that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2024 Board of Directors agenda, that being to authorize the Executive Director to enter into contracts with Eggman Engineering and with Southern Traffic Services to provide traffic counting services. There's been no previous action on this item. A little background on NOACA's traffic counting program. The primary purpose of this program is to calibrate and validate different modules of the NOACA travel forecasting model. However, the program has the added benefit in that the data that is collected under the program, we have and are able to share it with stakeholders for other transportation planning activities. The traffic counts under this program typically occur during the month of October. That is chosen because it's the time of year that represents a more typical daily traffic pattern, and that prevents bias in the data. It removes the impacts of unusual circumstances such as extreme weather, holiday travel, and school summer recess. On the procurement itself, NOACA posted an RFP for a 4-week period between February and March of 2024. We received 5 proposals in response and evaluated those. A team of NOACA staff evaluated those against experience and qualifications, project approach, project management, and pricing. The team also conducted interviews with, advanced 3 of the vendors onto virtual interviews where we asked a series of questions of each of the vendors as part of the review process. And through that process, the 2 recommended vendors are Egeman Engineering and Southern Traffic Services, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Recor. They were purchased by Recor in 2022. So this would divide the project between 2 vendors. And the reason that we're taking that approach is that Egeman is currently the vendor that's under contract. They've been doing our traffic counts for the past 3 years. They provided very good services. But in the proposals and presentations, we were very impressed by Southern Traffic Services, which is also a vendor with a lot of experience. But they also introduced to us the notion of the use of artificial intelligence, which is a new technology that is being used by many transportation agencies, particularly for vehicle classification verification. And we thought this was a good opportunity to get some exposure to that and learn a little bit more about it. So we would be dividing the project between these 2 vendors. Under this particular arrangement, we'd like to do a 1-year contract, but include an option for up to 2 1-year extensions. And with that, I'm going to pause and invite Dr. Ali Makarachi up to the podium to sort of describe how we see dividing the project up.
Good morning. Every year we count about 200 to 250 locations, intersections or road segments. And the usual equipment we use is either tube or camera. And this time, as Lindy mentioned, we have got AI added to it. But so we were thinking, how are we going to split this between 2 vendors? Usually we had only 1, but this is the example of you can see how we can work with I mean, very similar in terms of the numbers, but we selected is actually accidentally came to the same number. It wasn't just matching, but you can see we have got about 20% if we will go with a tube and 80% we go with a camera. The reason why we have got more cameras these days because it's more reliable. We can go back and look at the traffic pattern. We can check the numbers. Tube is once they put it there, if it's a damage or something the next day or next month, we won't know whether there's an accuracy of that, but camera is very useful. We can go back and look at any hour of the day. We can look at the camera and verify the data and the correction. So now we have got AI as well added to it. So that's why you can see last few years we are going from maybe 80% tube to 50, 40%. Now we are coming to 20% tube and more cameras. Cameras more expensive, but the accuracy is very important because our model is based on these numbers and based on what we get from counts and how we calibrate. That's why we come up with this.
Okay, a little background on the vendors. Egeman Engineering is a female-owned business or FBE enterprise. They are headquartered in Springfield, Ohio, founded in 2004. And as I mentioned earlier, they are the vendor that's currently under contract with NOACA for the past 3-year period. Southern Traffic Services is, again, a wholly owned subsidiary of Recor. They were purchased in 2022. They are headquartered in Florida, STS headquartered in Florida with Recor headquartered in Maryland. And STS has been in operation since 1988. Past and current traffic count clients include MORPC, ODOT, Pennsylvania DOT, and Mississippi DOT. So again, the financial impacts of this, NOACA would contract with each vendor in the amount of $100,000. So the total 1-year financial impact of that contract would be $200,000. And the source of funding on this project is NOACA's Federal Consolidated Planning Grant Fund. Next steps on this, pending board approval, NOACA would enter into contracts with both Egeman Engineering and Southern Traffic Services, Recor. So to recap, the action being requested is that the Finance Committee recommend this item to Executive Committee for placement on the June 2024 Board of Directors agenda, authorizing Executive Director to enter into contracts with Egeman Engineering and Southern Traffic Services to provide traffic counting services.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve? Second,
Second.
any discussion? Go ahead.
Lindy, comparative prices from the current contract, to the prices that you got with this proposal, how do they compare?
Through the chair, to Bonnie, to you, when I don't know how these compare to last year. I'm pretty sure there's been an increase, but slight increase, but I don't have the exact amount.
Thank you.
Yep. The current is 200 to 2 and, oh, okay. Okay, not too much, but a little bit of an increase.
Thank you.
Any more questions? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion's approved. Coordinated Public Transit Human Service Plan Consultant, Grace Galucci and Lindy Burt.
So
Hear you? I don't think your mic is on. Yeah.
I can start again. Uh, The Human Services and Mobility Plan is a plan that we update every 4 to 5 years as part of a federal requirement. The plan coordinates transportation needs, particularly focusing on gaps of the elderly and people with disabilities. And a significant component of this plan includes public outreach, specifically the transit consumers and service providers. And we have, at this point, ready to move on to the update of our current plan. And so Lindy, if you will take us through the details of the procurement.
Thank you. So the action being requested under this item, asking the Finance Committee to recommend this item to Executive Committee for placement on the June 2024 Board of Directors agenda, authorizing the Executive Director to enter into a contract with RLS and Associates Incorporated to update NOACA's Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Transportation Plan. We refer to that as the Coordinated Plan. No prior action has been taken on this item. As Director Galucci described, the coordinated plan is required as part of NOACA's federal Section 5310 funding. It contains goals and strategies to meet the transportation needs of the region's seniors and persons with disabilities. It typically covers a 4-year time frame. And the current plan was approved by the board, which is titled Mobilize Accessibility for Independence, was approved by the board in December of 2019. So the scope of work for this project includes a review and update of census data, engaging the public and stakeholders, collecting data on available transportation services, developing updated regional goals and strategies, and presenting the draft to NOACA groups. This plan will also be brought forward for board approval when it is complete. Under the procurement, a request for proposals was posted for a 4-week period from February through March of 2024. We received 3 proposals in response, and those were evaluated against the criteria of experience and qualifications, project approach, project management, and pricing. And again, the recommended vendor under this procurement is RLS and Associates. They will be subcontracting about 1/3 of the work to Texas Transportation Institute, which is they're part of the Texas A&M University system. The TTI will be conducting data collection and will also support development of the project goals and strategies. RLS and Associates is headquartered in Dayton, Ohio, also an FBE established in 1987. Some of the prior experience of the firm includes the Geauga County Transit Plan. They also conducted coordinated plans for the Stark Area RTA, Miami Valley RPC, Buckeye Hills Regional Council, and also several state DOTs. They also completed a coordinated plan framework for ODOT and a coordinated plan for the RTA of Chicago. So the vendor does come with significant experience in this particular area. So the financial impacts of this contract, NOACA would contract with RLS and Associates in an amount not to exceed $146,000. And the source of the funding on this will be a combination of potential consolidated planning grant funds and Section 5310 program funds. So next steps, pending board approval, NOACA would enter into a contract with RLS. So again, to recap, action being requested, Finance Committee recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2024 Board of Directors agenda, authorizing the Executive Director to enter into contract with RLS and Associates.
Okay, thank you. Can I have a motion to approve? Thanks. Second,
Second.
is there any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion's approved. Okay, Bike Path Mobile Application Development, Lindy Burt and Ali Makarachi.
Thank you. So the action being requested under this item, recommended to the Executive Committee for placement also on the June 2024 Board meeting agenda. This would authorize the Executive Director to enter into a contract with Tierra Plan to develop a bike map application. A little bit of background on this project. NOACA currently maintains bike maps for all 5 counties in the NOACA region. The elements included on those maps are the types of facilities for cyclists. It also includes level of traffic stress imposed on cyclists by motor vehicles. It includes information on transit, points of interest, and safety tips for cyclists. Currently, the maps are available in paper format. We also have a GIS portal on the NOACA website where users can go in and view the areas and the routes. And then we also maintain the paper maps in PDF format on the website. So the purpose of this project is to develop an interactive web-based application that consumers can use for bike trip planning. It would be both desktop and mobile device friendly. And so in essence, it would improve accessibility for users as compared to the current formats under which the maps are available. This screenshot just shows you an illustration of one of the paper maps, but I took this from the PDF on the website. So as you can see, it's contains a lot of features and information for bicyclists. So a little bit of background on this procurement. We actually issued a request for proposals on this back in 2022. We had it up for a 5-week period. We received 2 proposals in response. At the time that we had procured it, we realized that the level of traffic stress data that is one of the essential elements of these maps had not included the turning movements for intersections. So the TPED, or Transportation Planning Engineering Division, went back to create the code that would enable that data to be incorporated into the maps. At the time, the agency also had a lot of major priority initiatives going on, so we actually put the project on hold at this time. And then earlier this year, the time became right for us to revisit this project. So we reached out to vendors who had responded, the two vendors, and invited them to update both their technical and their pricing proposals. Both agreed that they were interested and made updates and resubmitted to NOACA. We assembled a multidisciplinary evaluation team in the agency and evaluated those proposals. And through that evaluation, the recommended vendor is the Tierra Plan. A little bit about Tierra Plan. They've been in operation since 2009. They are located in Colorado Springs, and they specialize in development of custom web-based map applications and in addition to other GIS-based tools and methods of analysis. They are also the current vendor that is administering NOACA's workforce mobility tool. And other projects, similar projects that they've worked on for the Santa Fe MPO, they created a bike master plan interactive map application for Caltrans, or the Department of Transportation in California, map-based transportation surveys. Delaware Valley Regional Planning Commission in Pennsylvania created a pedestrian planning portal, and also in Santa Clara County, California, created for the Valley Water District a surface water data portal. So the financial impacts of this particular contract, NOACA would contract with Tierra Plan in an amount not to exceed $120,500. and the source of funding would be NOACA's Consolidated Planning Grant Fund. So pending a board approval, NOACA would enter into a contract with Tierra Plan. Recapping action requested on this item, that the Finance Committee recommend to the Executive Committee for placement on the June Board of Directors agenda that would authorize the Executive Director to enter into a contract with Tierra Plan to develop a bike map application.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve? Second? Okay, thanks. Any discussion? Go ahead.
With the application, the way they're writing it, is it something that NOACA is going to be able to update on their own and keep, or will there be a maintenance cost associated with it?
I'm going to defer to Dr. Macarazzi.
Well, it's gonna be updated, the data we are gonna update like what we do with the workforce tool. We update the data and then maybe if we wanna do very a small fee for just uploading to our website, and that's gonna be only cost. All this routing, everything is gonna be already in the website. Data, when we're gonna every 6 months, this is based on the model, is gonna extract the model, we're gonna update I don't think there is a maintenance cost, is gonna be very minor. For example, this time for the web workforce tool we are just doing it, is a 1,800 for the updating after 4 years. So it's a small fee for this is gonna be one payment, and then after that, we are gonna learn how to do workforce tool is a massive data, and it needs to change it to table, and is a little bit, but one payment for 4 years, I think is not a fee compared what we.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion? Go ahead.
Yes, how current is our source data right now? I know that with the paper maps, different counties have been printed on different years, but have we been keeping track of additional bike routes as they've been developed, even with not going to print every year on every map?
These are all based on the travel demand database, and we update it, I can say, every 6 months, and everything is updated, and because we use it for many other projects, we don't let it go, for years. It's maybe sometimes even, I can see every season we get anybody inform us in terms of any changes in the road pavement, road lanes, road bike lanes. We immediately update the model, and obviously this is going to get updated too.
So will this app then take over the regular printing of the maps, because this is something we can update?
We are gonna print probably the limited amount of the number of the papers for the hanging to the parks and that places. People can go there, but at the same time, people can use this on their computer. They use it on phone. If they don't have it, they want to update. When they go to the park or anything, they can see the map there, and it's going to be easier to use it as rather than just a map or.
Thank you.
You go ahead, Grace.
Yeah, if I may further address the question of the mayor, we typically spend about $50,000 on the maps that are the paper maps. So there will be a significant savings by reducing the number of maps that we print, although people still like the maps, so we don't want to do away with them altogether. But over time, this will pay for itself.
Bonnie?
And how will you promote this, this program once it's completed, particularly if we're not printing maps?
So we're still going to print maps, and we will still be passing them out. We just won't do as many as we currently do, because that is our main source. In terms of promotion, we have a terrific marketing department under the leadership of Danielle Render, and they will come up with, in that division, public affairs, a marketing plan to put this out there for public consumption.
Will this interact at all with Ohio Commute?
I can't hear, sorry.
Will this interact at all with Ohio Commute?
with the Ohio
Is,
commute?
yes, is once we develop this, we can provide the data to, yeah. It's gonna be more application to it, but we have to get on the digital form, then after that, we can use it for.
Go ahead.
I'm just wondering why, when a year and a half went by between, the first issuance of the RFP, why you decided not to reissue the RFP? And just go with the two firms, since it was only
When-
two firms that applied.
When we did this, 2 years ago, a year and a half, we had the main part of this application is the LTS, level of traffic stress on the cyclist. At that time, when 2 years ago, it was just looking at the road segment. And it was, I think, again, I raised the issue of myself, is it not accurate? Because the most accident happens at intersections. So we have to bring the intersection into the road segment. And when we talk about one LTS for one road segment, we are talking about downstream intersection as well. We have to consider that. That needed is, I'm not saying we are the first people, but we are one of the first people considering this kind of intersection interacted with a road segment. So again, I myself wrote a script to do this, to get, because sometimes, for example, when you come to intersection and there's a right lane turn, the cyclist should come in the middle to turn, to go straight, because the right lane is for the right turn cars. So that's, in terms of safety, is not safe as without right lane turn. So this kind of consideration in each intersections is important for LTS. That's why we thought, okay, if you're gonna go and do the app, we wanna do it accurately, not just, road segment, not. So then we had the updated traffic volume from the model. That was another thing we just before that it was an estimate. Now we can put all this together, and needed some work from modeling section to put all this in scripting. And that's why delayed. It was for the accuracy and better product rather than leaving it for the,
So I think I understand the timeline. I guess I'm just asking why you didn't reissue the RFP, just to see if there were other vendors, since there were only two that applied in the beginning.
It was the same vendor, I think.
Yeah, we weren't gonna, I think there was a desire to get the project done this year, and we weren't gonna make the June with the procurement period that it would have taken, but when the desire to move forward was, declared, we weren't gonna make the June board meeting, so we would have to wait till September, so
Right, thank
it's a
you.
valid question.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion's approved. Professional Engineering and Planning Services, Grace Galucci and Lindy Burt.
So this is something new for NOACA, at least in the last decade or so that I have been here. We know that there's a very tight labor market for experienced technical personnel, particularly engineers and PEs. We also don't have the need for many of the personnel that are required for technical purposes on a full-time basis. So in order to support efficiency and to fill those temporary gaps, both because of staff shortages, as well as the idea that we don't need people full-time. And so looking at the best use of our resources, we have decided to procure on-demand or on-call planning and engineering services to be able to be used when we need them. And I will turn it over to Lindy to go into the detail of the procurement of these services.
Thank you. So action being requested on this item, recommend to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2024 Board of Directors agenda, authorizing the Executive Director to enter into contracts with MKSK and DGL Consulting Engineers to provide as required engineering and planning services. So as Director Galucci stated, purpose of these contracts is provision of specialized technical services on agency projects and programs, and provision of supplemental planning support during times of vacancy. These services, as stated, would be provided on an as-needed or task order basis. Sorry. Under this procurement, we posted an RFP for a 3-week period from February through March of 2024. We received 2 proposals in response, and we evaluated those against experience and qualifications, available staffing, where we looked at the range of disciplines and the availability in relations to the firm's present workload. And we also looked at their project management approach. So a little bit about the recommended vendors. MKSK also plans to use sub-consultants, Osborne Engineering for roadway, bridge, and traffic engineering, Lawhon and Associates, which is an environmental consulting firm, and Nelson Nygaard for transit and rail planning. DGL also plans to sub-consult work as needed with Lucas Engineering for traffic and engineering and accounting services. Lawhon, again, also environmental planning, and then Engage Studio Architects around built environment issues. Our plan is to issue a 1-year contract with an option for up to 2 1-year extensions with each vendor. And so anytime there's a project, we would request a pricing proposal and then a mini or a pricing sheet and a mini proposal at the time of the request for services. A little bit about MKSK. We thought actually the response on this, although we had hoped to have more vendors respond, we got a good mix in that MKSK is primarily a planning, urban design, and landscape architectural firm. They were founded in 1990, headquartered in Columbus, and they do have offices in Cleveland, Cincinnati, and 7 other states and the District of Columbia. Prior work by MKSK includes TLCIs conducted on Lorraine Road in Fairview Park and Mayfield Road in South Euclid. They also conducted the Columbus Avenue redesign study in Sandusky, and they created the design enhancement plan and implementation for ODOT on I-70-71 corridor. They also completed Clark County Active Transportation Plan in Springfield, Ohio. DGL Consulting Engineers was founded, it's a civil engineering firm operating since 1926. They're headquartered in Maumee, Ohio, but also with offices in Independence, Dublin, Port Clinton, and Wauseon. They are pre-qualified with ODOT and have multiple examples of work conducted, statewide signal timing services for ODOT, statewide safety studies for ODOT, and have worked on various other plans and studies that include interchange design, traffic maintenance, and multi-use path planning and design. They also conducted an East Side Neighborhood Infrastructure Improvement Plan for Defiance, Ohio. So the financial impacts of this contract, NOACA's plan would be to contract with each vendor in an amount not to exceed $100,000. So the total potential 1-year impact of that would be not to exceed $200,000. The source of funding would be dependent on the project on which the vendor is working. Next steps, pending board approval, NOACA would enter into contracts with MKSK and DGL Consulting Engineers. So to recap, action requested on this item, requesting that Finance Committee refer this to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2024 Board of Directors agenda, authorizing the Executive Director to enter into contracts with MKSK and DGL Consulting Engineers.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve? Thank you. Any discussion? Go ahead.
Just a question. I mean, obviously, there's tons of engineering firms that we all work with. Are we concerned that only 2 responded? And that
Yes, we are, and I think we plan to actually put this out. There were even a few vendors that had asked questions we didn't hear from. We don't know if that was just timing or what, but we're gonna, I think the idea is to bring more under this service program.
Okay.
Go
We're
ahead.
used to getting, I mean, on our general services contracts, obviously the amount is a little bit higher, but I mean, we're used to seeing 16 to 20
Okay,
that respond. So happy to share any information.
would appreciate that. Thank you.
Andrew?
NOACA has a staff of over 40 people and a salary of over $4 million. I would think that we would have some technical staff here. What type of projects are looking for assistance on?
So it's not that we don't have technical staff. Clearly, Dr. Makarachi, for example, is our chief engineer and has the technical background that exceeds most. However, there are times when we have planning projects that might need a small amount of engineering expertise, such as within a TLCI implementation program. You know, as a planning agency, we don't have the need for PEs to the extent that, say, ODOT or even the county engineers have As a planning agency, most of our employees are planners. So we do want that technical expertise on staff through this contract so we can use it as needed or as required for different projects that we work on. I think should we be able in the future to hire a PE, we do have 2 job postings out there right now. One is for the manager of transportation engineering, and the other one is for a project manager for major initiatives. Both are technical engineering positions, but it has been very difficult to attract those folks for the salary that we pay. And hopefully when when we're able to hire those 2 positions, the need for some of these services would decline.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion's approved. Authorizing spending for legal fees, Lindy Burt.
Thank you. So the action being requested under this item is that the Finance and Audit Committee recommend to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2024 Board of Directors agenda. This would authorize spending for legal fees with Bauer Griffith in an amount up to $100,000 for fiscal year 2024. There's been no prior action on this item. So a little background. Bauer Griffith is the firm that, as you're aware, NOACA works with on its legal services. Typically, fees do not exceed the executive director's spending authority each year, but during fiscal year 2024, we have had an unanticipated significant increase in legal services that have been provided to the agency. This included increased level of procedural and legal guidance provided to the board and the board president, and a higher volume of just overall work, but particularly on procurements. They conduct all of our contract review, and also with review of public records requests. There was an increase in that during the past fiscal year as well. So as of the end of March, we have exhausted the amount of executive director spending authority with the firm, and we still have a need for more legal services during the remainder of the fiscal year. That includes several contracts, those which you had reviewed today, that will need legal review in the coming month. That includes their attendance, participation in the April and May standing committee meetings and the June board meeting, and then any other unanticipated agency legal matters that need attention. Next steps on this item, pending board approval, we would be granted increased spending authority with Bauer Griffith in an amount up to $100,000 for fiscal year 2024. Again, to recap, we're requesting that Finance and Audit Committee recommend this item to the Executive Committee for placement on the June 2024 Board of Directors, that being authorization of spending for legal fees with Bauer Griffith in an amount up to $100,000 for fiscal year 2024.
Can I have a motion to approve? Second? Thank you, Mayor. Any discussion? Go ahead.
Just wondering what the hourly rate is that NOACA is paying,
It is $350 an hour.
because I know that many law firms charge a lower rate for public agencies, like the city of Lorraine usually negotiates a lower rate because law firms often feel that it's their obligation to do some public work at a lower rate. So I would just suggest that maybe you revisit your rate with your firm and see if that might be something that your firm would like to do for this agency, since we are serving the public.
The rate we charge NOACA and our other nonprofit clients is lower than the rate we charge our for-profit clients, which is between $400 and $450 an hour.
Okay.
So we do discount, but I appreciate the comment.
Yeah, we usually pay about $250 or $275 an hour, for the law firms that service the city of Lorraine. And I understand that there's been a lot of public records requests. We're getting a lot of public records requests in the city of Lorraine also. It just seems like that's the order of the day. And I never release public records without having our law department review those records. So I think it's prudent to have law review public records before they're released to make sure that materials that need to be redacted are redacted. And I know that sometimes those public records run into the hundreds of pages. And it's kind of tedious work, but it's something that needs to be done, and it needs to be done so that legally we're complying with the public records law and yet not releasing records that should not be released. So I appreciate the work that your firm does in reviewing those records.
Go ahead.
So this amendment is doubling the amount that is contracted for. Have we reached that $50,000 mark already in invoices this fiscal year?
So 50,000, yes, we have.
When did we reach it and where are we at now?
So $50,000 had been, and we'll talk about this later on the agenda, but $50,000 had been the limit of the executive director for 2023. For 2024, based on Ohio Revised Code changes, it is 75, and we are at 75 right now.
Wasn't the contract signed in 23 though? So would that be applicable? I think it's for contracts that started in 24.
We don't have a contract. We have an engagement letter with law firm.
So, but I still think the same would apply if the contract or if the agreement was signed in 23, it's not an agreement in 24 because it's for the fiscal year, right? As opposed to the calendar year, the agreement?
No. We have an engagement with our Griffith on an annual basis, and the limit is my authorization. It isn't a limit based on the cap that there was no agreement with Bauer Griffith as to the amount. It has just always been under $50,000. This past year, because of all those purposes, it has grown. So that's why we were bringing it to the board. It could have been that we would have had to bring it to the board in prior years as well. We just never exceeded the amount.
Sure, understood. So, but I'm still, so the engagement goes from July 1 of 23 to June 30 of 24, correct?
Actually, the way our relationship has always been documented as an ongoing engagement, and our engagement letter is dated 2013, which is the beginning of the time that Bauer Griffith served. So we do not do annual contracts. It's an ongoing firm engagement.
And there isn't a cap unless it exceeds my authority.
So there is a cap. I mean, you only have authority to go to 50,000 for a fiscal year, correct? Or a calendar year. I guess I'm just kind of questioning the process of 2013 to now 2024, an ongoing engagement with no board intervention or, approvals until 10 plus years in. Again, if we're doubling the cost, certainly the workload has gone up, but to the point that was made earlier, maybe it's time to revisit that contract and evaluate what pricing is out there if we, could be getting a better agreement somewhere.
We have done that for continuity purposes. It is not uncommon for local governments to have a consultant or outside legal firm be their firm, and similar to engineering services where you have the city engineer be a consultant. For continuity purposes, it is not unusual to continue with the firm that you have. And again, when you look at the cost, we previously had an on-staff legal counsel when I first arrived, and the cost of that legal counsel was 4 times what we are paying at $50,000 a year. When you included the salary and all of the benefits, it was 4 times as much. So I think that this is the prudent way to go, and this is a blip in the overall expenses. And even if you consider $100,000 as a ongoing expense, which it will not be, at least I hope it will not be, it is still half of what we would pay an on-staff legal counsel. So really, that was the decision was an on-staff legal counsel versus an external.
And I guess I'm saying after 10 years, perhaps we should, and with a significant increase, again, part of that is due, I'm sure, to just everything that's happening in the world and more requests as you've laid out, but it's probably time to reconsider that external and whether or not, again, we can be getting a better pricing going
Sure.
forward.
We can certainly look at that.
I have one other question. Could we get a breakdown of what those services are? You listed a few things in the presentation. I'd just like to understand by dollar amount or hours, where the time is spent and actually how it's really different from last year. If we could see that information prior to the board meeting, that would be really helpful.
Sure. How would you like to see it? I know that Nancy does have all of the invoices. The invoices are documented by day, by hour, or quarter hour, I should say, and by the work product that was completed during that time frame. I mean, it would be very, quite frankly, tedious, I'll use the word that Mayor Bradley used, be very tedious to go through 2 years worth of invoices to document what exactly is different, but I suppose we can have someone take a look at doing that.
Well, I would hope the invoices have some level of description of where the work was done. and-
Tremendous level of detail, that's my point.
Oh, well, then
There's
just
so
share
much
the
detail that
invoices.
in order to compare, we would probably have someone, if a person worked on it 8 hours a day, it would take them at least 2 weeks to do that.
I think if you just share the invoices, then we can take a look at it ourselves
Sure.
and get an understanding of the comparison. So for the last 2 years, that'd be
We'll
very
take a look
helpful.
and see what kind of a summary we can come up with.
I'd
and
like
maybe-
to see the invoices. I mean, just the breakdown and how, the work is
Yep.
being identified on the invoices. That'd be really helpful.
Yep, and I think she's got them today. so-
Okay.
I have
So you
one
can
year
scan 'em
today,
or-
so perhaps it would be better to send 2 years electronically to the full board prior with the advanced materials. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful for
Okay,
Is
everyone.
that all right?
great. Yep,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Bonnie, you have a question?
Thank you. I'm making an assumption that in 2013, there was an RFQ that went out for
Correct.
professional services.
Yes.
Okay. And then you have not done any follow-up with RFQs since then?
No.
Okay. And I would say making a comparison to general engineering engineers services, city engineers, I think on a regular basis with cities, they usually follow up on occasion with RFQs.
I believe based on Ohio Revised Code, and I'll ask Nancy to provide the detail, legal services are exempt from the procurement.
They are,
Okay.
the legal and accounting services and a few others are exempt from the requirements, the general procurement requirements in Ohio Revised Code.
Yeah,
But that's neither here nor
Yeah,
there.
to the point, Grace, you were making a comparison to city engineers working for cities and how they're procured. If we're making that same comparison, I think it's, fair to say that, just for transparency, it's usually good to do regular RFQs, just to make sure who's out there. There might be somebody out there that's better, that you can get a better price for. That it's kind of worth, reaching out into the
Yeah.
community.
I appreciate the comments. Again, we continued with Bauer Griffith for continuity purposes. NOAC is a very complicated organization, starting with its code of regulations, its formation as a group of 5 counties, the relationships that Bauer Griffith has built up with the prosecutors' offices in the 5 counties, just the work that we do for continuity purposes, and because of Ohio Revised Code not requiring the procurement, that is why we have done that, but we certainly will take a look at it.
Mayor?
Yes, dovetailing a little bit off of Ms. Berry's comments. Yeah, I think we could all, many of us would benefit from or could have interest in seeing some of the invoices or the invoices. But I also want to be sure that before they're distributed widely, that we have an understanding as to whether those invoices contain information that's privileged. And if so, whether we need to be cognizant that they are not for distribution beyond the board, maybe some guidance on that from our legal counsel as they're being distributed or in advance of. I just thought that ought to be brought up.
Since the invoices do become public documents, I'm careful with my descriptions of the work and the identification of individuals, so that it's clear what was being done, but not subject matter. I'm confident that, I'm comfortable that anything I put in my invoice could land in the newspaper and be justified.
Okay, very good. I just
Yeah,
wanted
that
to
being
make
said,
sure
there
that
would
was
have
the
to be
case.
some redaction because there are names of staff persons, for example, with certain types of legal issues that came up. So we would have to redact. That's why I'm saying it's probably a 2-week assignment to go through those because we are looking at redacting staff names and such.
Okay, well, as long as that's addressed before they're distributed. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess so. I do want to make sure we see that before the board meeting. So I mean, I think redacting, paper shouldn't take 2 weeks. The summary I get if you're trying.
No, and
to
that's
create
what I was
something.
saying, the summary.
Yeah, again, I don't think you need to go
Yeah.
ahead and do a summary. I think just get us the right information, the redacting, by all means, if there are names mentioned. I'm not trying to, do anything that's inappropriate, but it sounds like, council understands and is well aware of that. So I also do just want to note for the record that other public boards, do revisit their legal firms, at multiple intervals. And my understanding is that legal counsel represents the entire board. And so, again, I would think it would be in the best interest of this board for transparency to just take a look and see who else is out there. If this is the firm that truly is the best and is necessary to move forward, they will rise to the top. But I think it would be important after 10 years, and we're in a changing environment. There's a lot of things happening out there. So maybe
No,
there's
I hear you.
other expertise.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Great questions. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion's approved. Item number 5, presentations and discussion items. Future actions. There are no future action items. SFY 2024 third quarter capital program performance measures by Jim Thompson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah White, and I'll be presenting on behalf of Jim Thompson and the programming team. But I want to share with you today some updates to our capital programs performance measures for Q3 of the fiscal year. This item is for information only, and previously these performance measures were set in Board Resolution 2016-029 to create the measures and to follow up on them. So a little bit of background about our state fiscal year 24 budget for our capital infrastructure programs. When we're setting these performance measures and evaluating them and measuring them, we're looking at these programs here. So our STBG program has 32.5 million. Our TA program, Transportation Alternatives, is 3.7. Congestion Mitigation and Air Quality, or CMAQ, is 17.6. And then our relatively newer program to NOACA is the Carbon Reduction Program. And we have $4 million for this fiscal year for that program. So all in all, our allocation is 57.8 million. So why are we using these performance measures? So considering the amount of funds we are managing, the Board of Directors approved this set of performance measures in 2016. These measures are helping to ensure that informed decisions are being made, and we are using optimal expenditure of these resources. And so to that end, these performance measures fall into 2 different categories. So we're measuring program delivery and fund utilization. So under program delivery, we're measuring the % on-time implementation. The target set is greater than or equal to 85% of the funded projects, and we're hoping to get 85% awarded within 30 days of the annual priority list commitment date. The second is % program balance. So here, we are looking to measure less than or equal to 20% of projects being programmed in the last quarter of the fiscal year. So why we're doing that is we're trying to meet or remain under target and minimizing unintended carry forward. So trying to get those projects programmed and moving before the very last quarter. So the next performance area is fund utilization. So the first is percent estimate accuracy. And here we're measuring the variance between the NOACA funds committed to the project based on original estimates, and then how much the eventual contract award is for. So if we're able to meet the goal of plus or minus 10%, we can have less carryover and then avoid higher bids and cost overages. And then our last measure is percent of funds encumbered. This measures the amount of NOACA funds encumbered for the current state fiscal year. So our target for this measure is to have encumbered more or equal to 95% of funds originally for originally programmed projects. So reaching this target ensures that we are utilizing those funds as we have them, and we're avoiding carryover as much as we possibly can. So here is an update of where we are after the end of Q3 of this fiscal year, which ended, of course, March 31st. In program delivery, 10 projects were programmed, but only 6 were programmed within 30 days of the program award date. So that gave us a 60% result for the quarter. But for the year to date, we are at 64%. We are also very, very slightly over the target of less than or equal to 20% for funds programmed in the last quarter. So right now we're at 20.8% to be programmed in this current quarter. So under funding utilization, at the end of Q3, we are meeting the target for percent estimate accuracy. So we're only negative 8% variance for that estimate accuracy for the end of Q3. For year to date, we're negative 11, but we're still very close to that plus or minus 10% variance that we're looking for the year. And then lastly, funds encumbered is not currently meeting the target within Q3. We're at 78%, but we're continuing to work really hard to move closer to the 95% fiscal year end target. So we're trying to advance future TIP projects and also pay down some debt service. For our next steps, we will continue to work with our project sponsors and ODOT to get those projects moving and also meet those established capital programs performance measures. And that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is procurement practices, procedures, updates. Lindy Burt.
Thank you. So today I'd like to present to you about an update in the agency's procurement practices and procedures. This relates to a topic of prior discussion, which is spending authority. The procurement approval authority is currently structured as follows. Any goods or services that cost $50,000 or less, and again, this is the current situation or prior situation, executive director would provide approval on those. And again, any goods or services that cost more than $50,000 would be brought for board approval. Traditionally, this amount has always corresponded to the competitive bidding threshold that is in Ohio Revised Code 307.86. So there was an update to that section of Ohio Revised Code effective October 3rd, 2023. The state increased its competitive bidding threshold from $50,000 to any item that costs in excess of $75,000. That would be for certain items that are procured. And that amount, that $75,000 threshold, became effective again October 3rd and will run through the end of this calendar year, 2024. And then again, according to Ohio Revised Code, for each calendar year thereafter, or beginning in 2025, that threshold will increase by 3% each year over the prior calendar year. So in relation to the change in Ohio Revised Code, the new NOACA procurement approval threshold would also increase. And that would mean that any purchase of goods or services that cost in excess of $75,000 would now require board of director approval. And then we would have that amount, again, corresponding to Ohio Revised Code, also increase by 3%, beginning in calendar year 2025. So this would be implemented for 2024 immediately, and that would mean the change in our internal procurement procedures. And with that, I will pause for any questions.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Item number 6, reports and updates. The financial report and the Brownfield Revolving Loan Fund report were included in the meeting packet. Item number 7, old business. I have an item. Last meeting, there was a road project or some project in Cuyahoga County that was bid out, and it was less than, items on the detailed project, but yet the number was more than what they originally asked for. How did that end up?
That's a great question, and to be a little bit, to provide more detail, Cuyahoga County had submitted a cost increase request for a project, requesting more funds from NOACA because of the cost increase to the project. But in actuality, the project was actually $600,000 less than the original amount that NOACA had put out there and worked its contribution as part of. So I don't believe it has been resubmitted. Ed, if you can confirm that, because we had instructed, or the committee had instructed us to table it until the next meeting. And so it is not here today because Cuyahoga County has not asked for it.
Next week. Yeah, are we talking about 9th to 55th, I assume?
We are.
9th to 55th?
That would be
No.
correct.
So that's the instruction we had gotten from NOACA staff prior to us submitting it. And so I don't know if, we believe there's just a miscommunication on what funds we should have been requesting. But at this time, we pulled back on the request. We put a couple alternates in our bid to figure out if we can afford them or not. And the project is going to bid next week. So we are not asking for additional funds from NOACA at this time.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any more old business? New business? Any new business? No. Item number 9, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Second. All in favor? Meeting's adjourned. Next meeting is Friday, August 9th at 8:30.
notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for the presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intention for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak into a microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They are on when the light is blue. We have before us the meeting minutes of the February 2nd, 2024 meeting. Are there any corrections or additions? Hearing and seeing none, can I have a motion to approve same? Thank you. May I have a second, please? Thank you, sir. All right. Hold on, this is the part where I turn the page to make sure I don't goof this up too bad. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, very good. Thank you. Motion is approved. Public comments. I do not believe we have anyone signed in. All right, and the chair's report and executive director. So Grace, do you have anything for us today?
I do not. We can go right into business.
Excellent, excellent. All right, there are no action items before us. Presentations. Let's see, we have the onboarding and orientation process for new board members, Grace and Ronnie.
Thank you. As we've talked in the past, one of the functions of the governance committee is to be responsible for orientation and onboarding of members, or at least the identification and creation of a process. And we introduce new board members to their roles and responsibility by providing a one-on-one meeting with them, giving them documents, and then a NOACA 101 presentation. So we do a lot to try and get the board members, new board members, acclimated to NOACA's goal, mission, vision, and then the work that we do. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ronnie Blackshear to go into the details of the presentation to see if there isn't anything that the governance committee would like to add to the process or modify in other ways. Ronnie?
Thank you, Grace. Ronnie Blackshear for the record, NOACA staff. Good morning. There's no action required. The committee is asked to discuss and evaluate the onboarding and orientation process for new board members, and there's no previous action. If you recall, in February, the committee approved its 2024 focus areas, which included a review of the onboarding and orientation processes for new board members. As a background, a one-on-one onboarding session with the executive director occurs whereby the board of directors resource document is given, overview of the code of regulations, board meeting schedule, membership roster, federal and state legislative agenda and initiatives, and the annual report. Continuing with the one-on-one onboarding, there's an overview of agency structure, purpose, and functions. It addresses areas of board members' involvement in NOACA's goals, mission, and vision. It considers the objectives of strengthening relationships and enhances board member skills from their first meeting to their last. Regarding the orientation, the NOACA 101 presentation is given to new and existing board members. It includes an overview of the agency, applicable state and federal requirements, federal aid transportation planning processes reviewed. Presentation material highlights NOACA's primary purpose and history, governance and committees, key activities and mandates, relevant legislation and regulatory guidance, funding sources and uses, prior year's accomplishments, and plans for the current year. Onboarding and orientation should provide board members with a comprehensive overview of NOACA, help them understand their role within the agency, provide insight into the functions of the agency, and provide a foundation for action throughout the upcoming year. There's no financial impact regarding this agenda item. Next steps is a discussion on satisfaction with current process and any recommendations for improvement. Again, no action is required. The committee is asked to discuss and evaluate the onboarding and orientation process for new board members, and I'll stand for any questions.
Very good, thank you. Anything for Ronnie? This is kind of an important topic. We've got several new members and there've been a few challenges of people misunderstanding exactly what our roles are. So now's the time if you want to chime in.
Yeah, I think it would be helpful to get some feedback from the governance committee on how satisfactory the onboarding process is. And again, if we can do something better. The one-on-ones are usually pretty comprehensive, pretty successful. Occasionally, the board member will bring in other staff and then the topics might get on to something different. But generally, a one-on-one is a pretty good way to do it. The part that I'm very disappointed in is the NOACA 101. We hardly ever get any takers for it. We schedule and then nobody shows up, and then it really is frustrating to not have people come to the meeting and then question during the entire year things that had they come to the meeting, they would have known. And so I don't know if it's something that we can make mandatory, that they have to come to the 101 or, but I do think that there's, something there that could be better to help bring board members along very quickly. And again, I've seen this happen over the last year or two where we've had a significant number of new board members who did not either come to the NOACA 101 or used the NOACA 101 and used the one-on-one for a different purpose than intended. So how do we, get to that and have board members be better prepared for the meetings? Because this is a complicated organization. It's not as if you walk in the door and even those two meetings, if you attend both or participate in both, isn't going to be a panacea. It's not that you would automatically know everything about NOACA, but it does give you a better background, understanding the committee structure, understanding the changes at NOACA since over the last decade, the entire change of the code of regulations to accommodate a new committee structure, the purpose of the committee structure. So just kind of wanted to get a conversation going from all of you who've been through it and, what your thoughts are on trying to bring new members up to speed.
Ma'am.
Yeah, so a question. I assume the one-on-one is also offered to alternates or not?
The one-on-one is we offer it to the board member and ask that they bring the alternate with them.
Okay.
Or actually, I go out to their offices, yeah.
So in the case where a board member is established, but they appoint a new alternate, then that opportunity gets missed. Is it
That's a good-
possible to have, I would like a one-on-one. I'm sure I don't know everything about NOACA that I need to know. And I believe that the last NOACA 101, which I was going to participate in, was at the end of a long board meeting and ended up getting canceled just because of the length of time that had been spent on board business. So maybe, again, I know it's hard to get people down here just because of all the committees and a lot of things happen, but maybe that's something else to think about, is just not tagging it on to another day, but having a special day. And
We've done that too. and-
okay,
and
yeah, I
about
just think the
5
last
people
one
came.
was, again, it was decided, I think, by the leadership to not go forward because we had had such a lengthy board meeting. So
Right.
it hasn't been offered this calendar year, at least since I've been an alternate. So just something to think about, that, again, not every situation is new board member, new alternate coming on immediately.
We did a freestanding this fiscal year because
Your
it was
microphone.
reviewing my invoices and it's in here.
Yeah, I think we've done it this year, but your point is made. And in terms of the alternates, Yeah, again, typically they're done together. And
But those positions could change, or again, even in a year, a staff person could leave, probably more likely an alternate. And not that you're, I don't know, it just,
no, that makes sense.
it's
I
an
think
interesting position to be an
that's a
alternate because
gap.
you're not at every
Yeah,
board meeting. And so you do miss some things too. And, the minutes can only capture so much. So it's trying to do our best to stay up to speed on where conversations have gone. But I do think having that opportunity for any new alternate or board member who's going to make decisions ultimately would be really valuable.
okay. Yeah, we'll certainly think about how to execute that.
Thanks.
Good idea. Others? Thoughts?
I mean, would there be pushback if we did make it mandatory? Because it seems like an awfully good idea uh, for the new members to take. I remember when I became a new board member, Grace came down to the town hall and I mean, we had a great meeting and great conversation, probably lasted an hour or so. And, I thought it was, very informative and worthwhile doing. Um, but there is a lot to learn here, and you don't learn it all one time. Even if you take the NOACA 101, sit on that, you're still going to have questions, I'm sure. But it sounds like an awfully good idea to make it mandatory. I would think that new members would be receptive and wanna take it.
If I may, from my standpoint, I don't know, we can make it mandatory, but I don't know what consequences we can really impose besides the chair of the governance committee coming to chastise you for not attending. So, some other kind of carrot may be more appropriate than that stick in terms of really being able to do anything.
Ooh, there you go.
I have a suggestion.
Mandatory, and then just see what happens.
Ronnie, you had something you want to answer?
Yeah, I have a suggestion. It's been internal discussion. Actually, I've been talking to some of the staff about it with regards to the NOACA 101 to possibly make it in webinar based so that if those who can't come or will not be able to come, say in person, that they can actually access that information via the like a webinar based type of thing.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Right now, there are some challenges, and we have to accept that we need to do something.
Well, and I think that's a great idea, but I also don't want to lose sight of the interactiveness that is often required, and
In person is always best.
yeah.
And that's where some of the, I'll just call it the magic's in the mix.
At least though, I think maybe we can start keeping a log. So maybe what the first step would be to prepare a log of the members and the alternates and who has been through 101 and who has been through the one-on-one. I think all the board members have been through the one-on-one, although as I said, in a few cases, the meeting was not used for the one-on-one. It was used for discussion of other kinds of interests of NOACA, about NOACA by the board member or their team, bringing in team members who were not the alternate. So bringing in a whole group of people, and then the conversation sort of goes sideways. So maybe we need to be a little bit firmer on that too. No, we did them remotely. Nobody was missed.
I wonder if there's a way we could, just leave a NOACA 101 on our website, accessible to, not only the board members, but anybody interested in
Yeah,
NOACA, and they can watch it at their leisure anytime they want. Might be a good idea.
yeah. I think that's kind of what Ronnie is saying with a webinar, is to do the webinar and then record it and keep it on the website.
I know Grace came down to our Medina County Township Association meeting a few weeks ago and presented to
NOACA
NOACA 101, and the group really, I mean, I was watching the group. They were watching it intently, and I remember you and I talked beforehand, should we give the 30-minute 101 or should we give the hour 101? And Grace said, well, let's just watch the group. Let's see how interested they are. And so I think we gave the longer version because they listened very intently. And I heard nice comments afterwards, how interesting it was and worthwhile. So
Well, maybe the key is to hold a few more of the NOACA 101s at various days and various hours and see what we can get.
Well, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Food is always a good way to entice, but food and fellowship, it works. And
It does work.
I guess I'll just address this issue. When somebody comes back after being away for 8, 10 years, their information's a little dated. So we got to find a polite way to say, you've missed a lot of updates. The difference between what somebody knows and what they think they know are very different. And then the rest of us have to labor under those misconceptions sometimes, trying to build in corrections, and it can be expensive in time and financial resources. These things, they're a reality. And, you know, every member has a voice, but just how educated and how skilled is that voice when they're trying to take control of the rudder, shall we say, sometimes. So I think that we really need to get some idea of how we can find a way that's, I guess I'll have to say it, non-punitive, encouraging, friendly, non-judgmental, but actually has some substance to it of, hey, here's how the organization's actually working. So how's that for a tall list? Sure.
I think it was very helpful when Grace came to the Jaga County Township Association, because some of the people in the room are your future leaders.
Right.
And they would at least grasp a little bit of NOAC and how it operates. And Grace come out and she had a PowerPoint, and it was at least 35 minutes or so. And it was a relief to, you know, to all the Township Association members, and the county officials are usually at ours. So it was very good. And I think every 2 years or so, you should come out.
Come out and do that.
And John, there is food and sometimes
There you
beverage.
go.
So
There you go.
There was food and beverage at the Medina County one as well. Although beverages,
I'm struggling not making any bad jokes right now.
yeah.
So it sounds like we've got some ideas. It might not also be a bad idea for, dare I say, more seasoned members to also attend that mentoring concept.
That's a
I know
great
that's something
idea.
the County Commissioners Association did in recent years, where new commissioners partner up with more experience. Even if you've got that geographical separation, there's still certain things that are, they just don't change. And being able to have somebody to talk to and share information with might not be a bad idea.
You know, I like that. And maybe there's some sessions that we could have that are NOACA 101 with the governance committee. And that the governance committee is the one who is interactive with the newer board members to help them come along. I like
Just a thought, just a thought. Again, there's something in that personal touch. All right, well, Ronnie, I hope you're taking really good notes down there. I know Brenda is, so we're good. All right, well, there's nothing further on that. Thank you. All right, do we have any reports or updates? All right, seeing and hearing none, moving on to old business. Is there any old business? Any old business? Hearing and seeing none. New business? Do we have any new business? Again, hearing and seeing none. All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Thank you. Do I have a second? Thank you. All right, all those in favor? Opposed? Very good. Thank you. We stand adjourned.
Started here for Friday, May the 10th, in compliance with notification requirements of Ohio's open meeting law. Notice of this meeting has been publicly posted and major public media has been notified. NOACA conducts its meetings according to Robert's Rules of Order. Actions during the meeting will be taken by voice vote. If any member feels the need to abstain from any vote due to a conflict of interest, he or she should state their intention to abstain when the matter is introduced by the chair for presentation for the record. Subsequently, that member shall not participate in any discussion of the matter for which a conflict exists. According to Robert's rules, absence from a meeting does not require a member to abstain from voting on the minutes. If the member still wishes to abstain, he or she should state their intentions for the record. For the benefit of our guests from the public and for the recording of this meeting, please be sure to speak the microphone. The microphones can be turned on and off using the gray button on top of them. They are on when the light is blue. All right, so we've got a few sets of minutes to approve. We will begin with the minutes from the February 2nd, 2024 regular meeting. And can I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
All right, thank you, Chris. Can I have a second? Thank you, Shane. Any discussion on those minutes? All right. If not, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay, the motion passes. The minutes from February 2nd are approved. We also have minutes from February 21st, 2024 special meeting. Can I have a motion to approve? Thank you, Shane. Second, Bonnie, thank you. Any discussion on those minutes? No. All right, then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay, then the minutes to February 21st are approved. Okay, public comment. Did we have anyone scheduled and signed in to speak today? No. Okay. And we'll move on to the executive director's report. And Grace, did you have anything for us?
Just one item. We had the opportunity to visit Washington and speak to our members of the congressional delegation from Northeast Ohio and/or their staff. And we were able to really have some good discussions on our legislative agenda, our passenger rail in Northeast Ohio, goal of adding, well, the 3 Cs plus D is already on the corridor ID, so asking for the other 3 that we'll be applying for next year, which is Chicago to Cleveland, Cleveland to Buffalo, Cleveland to Pittsburgh, and those would be going further out east to New York City and Washington, D.C. But we're also specifically asking for a change in the proposed long distance service proposal that came out last month, or actually a couple of months ago now, where it has Detroit service to New Orleans, and it's going through Columbus instead of Cleveland, or not Cleveland. So we've proposed that it go from Detroit to Cleveland, through Toledo, and then to Columbus. That way the 3 Cs would all be included in long distance service. So we had some good reception on that. We talked about grant funding opportunities for the region, particularly the climate pollution reduction grant and some of the other grant opportunities that our partners have requested and that we've supported. We talked about the SEDS and economic development. We've applied for becoming an economic development district, and so wanted to make our representatives aware of that and see if there isn't some assistance they can provide us there. And then updated them on the CCAP and the PCAP for the climate action planning activities. One of the great conversations we had with them was about the congressionally directed spending. So this year, NOACA had decided not to apply on our own, but rather allow the individual jurisdictions to apply and to support their applications. And so those were all really good conversations. So just reporting out on our visit, and I attended with Beverly Bertzloff, who is our Associate Director of Legislative Affairs, and then Andrew Bean, who is newer to our office, but on the right path upward. So brought the two staff, and we did our work.
All right, very good. Thank you, Grace. Thanks for going on that trip. Okay.
Chair,
Chris-
can I just ask a question?
Yes, please.
The CEO, Grace, can you just like highlight a little bit more about Economic Development District? Just what, I think we've had these conversations a little in the past, but
Yeah.
just high level stuff.
So the first step is to develop a comprehensive economic development strategy. We've done that. That has been approved by the Economic Development Administration, and that now allows us, meaning the 5-county region and all the entities within, to be eligible for funding they were not previously eligible for through the Economic Development Administration. Becoming an economic development district is essentially taking that same footprint and labeling it a district for the purposes of planning, and just making it more official. And so that's really the purpose of becoming the district. There isn't in Northeast Ohio, Akron, Canton, Youngstown already have districts. We do not. So it's kind of closing the gap that exists, the hole in the donut.
And it obviously covers our whole footprint, right? The 5-county footprint for.
Correct, the
yeah.
entire footprint.
And it's EDA, and does that make every county essentially eligible for economic development project-related funding or?
So the
infrastructure?
sense already does that. So that
Okay,
was step
yeah,
one, and we've
yeah.
completed that. So whether we're a district or not, we've already become eligible for that funding. But where it helps us is it continues to strengthen the SEDS, and it allows us to get some operating funding for planning.
Great, thanks.
Okay, very good. Any other questions regarding Grace's presentation there? Okay, all right, we'll move along here. We do have a few executive committee action items this morning to consider. The first one is the regional strategy for coordinating funding opportunities update, the fourth quarter of our fiscal year 2024. And Leah Telepak, you're gonna take this one on for us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, almost afternoon, everyone. Here we go. Just going to be presenting to you today some updates for the regional strategy for coordinating funding opportunities. The request is that the executive committee place the following item on the board of directors agenda for June 7th. Regional strategy for coordinating funding opportunities update for the fourth quarter in state fiscal year 2024. No previous action. So on September 8th, 2023, the Board of Directors adopted the guidance for updating the strategy, which provides a structured, flexible process for proposed updates to ensure equitable practices in implementing and updating. Realizing that we wanted to create a flexible process when and if a community would like to propose a new project to the strategy or withdraw one or what have you. So we'll review the strategy annually based on calendar year, and a community can propose an update for consideration by submitting a form that's on our website. And if an update is necessary between quarters, NOACA will implement consistent with Resolution 2023-018. So this quarter, we have the following updates that were requested from the project sponsor. You'll see on your left. And then with the project, they requested the update for on your right. And there's more detailed information in your packet. but we had 12 this quarter from varying project sponsors. So in your packet, you'll have 2 copies of the regional strategy, and the first one you'll see has some strike throughs in blue font and purple font, and that's kind of just to show you what the updates are, so you know what we've done. And then the next one is just all black, so the finalized one without the markups. So next steps would be ongoing collaboration with partner communities and organizations to ensure project applications are submitted. And again, the action requested is that the executive committee place the following item on the board of directors agenda for June 7th, 2024, regional strategy for coordinating funding opportunities update. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Leah. Any questions regarding Leah's presentation? All right. Then Chair will entertain a motion to approve. All right, thank you, John. Can I have a second, please? Shane, thank you. All right, any discussion on the motion? All right, if not, then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? If not, then the motion is approved. Thank you. Next, we will move on to an additional action item here. Correction of clerical inconsistencies on resolution number 2024-023. The Geauga County FPA Village of Burton FPA boundary and prescription modifications in Burton Township. And we've got Joe McDonald to help us with this one. Thank you, Joe.
Can you hear me now? The action requested before you is that the executive committee place the following item on the agenda for the June 7th board meeting: to replace the maps and edit the text associated with total acreage in the resolution that was approved by the board on March 8th. So there are 3 clerical inconsistencies to which I want to draw your attention. On the maps themselves that were part of this FPA modification request, there were 2 labels that were inadvertently flipped on parcels adjacent to one another. The second inconsistency, you had 2 other adjacent parcels where the smaller parcel was inadvertently identified on the map as part of the modification rather than its larger adjacent neighboring parcel. And then you had a recent GIS split. So the parcel layer reflected a split in the lot that was not previously known by staff. These second and third inconsistencies resulted in a change in acreage, and the net result is a reduction in acreage by 3.39. What's important for everyone to understand is that the modification itself did not change, but the labeling and the counting of acres by staff is what we need to change. So the modification that received approval by all affected jurisdictions is still the same. So to highlight these inconsistencies in a visual way, this is a map of the proposed modification that was part of the original resolution 2024-023 approved by the board on March 8th. And we've highlighted the inconsistencies in purple. So the information on the map is what was originally approved, and we've discussed what's wrong with it and what needs to change. So in the previous slide, I talked about the first bullet point, the flipping of the labels. So that's that first pair. They're adjacent to each other, east and west, and you can see the labels outlined in purple. Those 2 labels need to switch. The second bullet item is just to the east of that. You see 2 parcels, one smaller, one larger, that are oriented north and south. The parcel label here should have been directed to the larger parcel, which is the northern of the two. And that's why there's a difference in acreage. So that would increase the amount of acreage in the total number. And then the third bullet is reflected in the bottom half of the map, a little to the left. You can see the purple area identify a portion of that hatched parcel. That's the part that was split. So originally, we didn't know it was split. That part, 7 acres, was actually already split. And so they are already currently sewered. They were not part of the modification. So if you take those 7 acres out of the total, that's a net reduction of 3.39 acres. So on this slide, these are the revised current and proposed FPA modification maps. The current is the left map, the proposed is the right map. And this shows that information correctly changed, both for what is current and then what is the result of the modification. So the next steps would be for us to replace the maps in attachments B and C as part of a corrected resolution, and then edit the text references to reflect the correct total acreage, which would be a change from 43.18 to 39.79 acres. And then we will submit these corrections to the Ohio Environmental Protection Agency. So again, the action before you is to approve the replacing of the maps that were approved in March with the corrected maps that I've just shown you, as well as the edited text that reflects the correct total acreage. So we want to make sure that everything is correct as we've represented it. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Joe. All right, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved, sir.
John, thank you. Second, Shane, thank you. Any discussion? Yes, please, Bonnie.
It wasn't explicitly said, but does Geauga County and the village agree with these changes?
Yes, we have confirmed these corrections with Nick Goris, who's with Geauga County Water Services, and he confirmed them.
And then as I understand, when you go through this process, there's public meetings that are involved. What was reflected in the public meetings? These current changes or the way it was previously presented?
Would you please clarify public meetings? Do you mean NOACA public meetings?
No, my understanding is when you make these changes, there needs to be separate public meetings specifically in regard to this.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the modification did not change. It was simply how we had reported the information in the presentations and information that we gave to the board. But the modification itself did not change.
Could you repeat that one more time?
Yes. We did not change the modification, the proposed modification of the boundaries and prescriptions. That did not change. We simply did not correctly share all the information through the maps and through the text that we provided to the NOACA Executive Committee and the board. And that's what we want to correct. That's why we classified these as clerical inconsistencies.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Any other questions? Yes, Shane, please.
Could you go back to the last slide with the 2 maps? I'm just having a little bit of difficulty seeing the differentiation at the top. It looks the same to me, and maybe you can explain that the top half. I can see the change in the prescription at the bottom, but the top looks like it has the same parcels and same labels.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
So I think it might be helpful if I walk everyone through each of the 3 inconsistencies that we corrected, one at a time through each of the 3 maps that you have in front of you. That might help. So let's start with the first bullet, which is we had flipped the labels for 2 of the 6 parcels. So in this map, you see that the 2 parcels that are highlighted, the labels are highlighted with a purple rectangle in the top center of the map. They point to those 2 small rectangular parcels that are currently in yellow. The labels and the parcels to which those labels are directed, this is from the proposed FPA modification map that was approved by the board on March 8th. If you follow those same 2 parcels and those labels, you can see that we have now corrected by flipping those labels so that they are now directed to each other's parcels. And those did not change with the modification. So those are still the same labels for those two parcels. Okay, so that's the first bullet. The second bullet is we had misidentified the smaller of two parcels that are adjacent to each other that were just to the east of that, and it should have been the larger parcel. So again, this is the map that was approved in March 8th by the board, and you can see the two parcels outlined in purple that are below and a little to the right of the parcels we just talked about with the flipped labels. And there's a larger parcel above a much smaller parcel. And we had labeled that smaller parcel as being part of the modification. In fact, we should have labeled the bigger parcel immediately to the north of it. And you can see in these maps, which are the corrected maps, both the current and the proposed modification have the correct label. You can also see that this parcel is part of the modification with the change in prescription.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the third is the identification by staff that there had been a parcel split, which staff was not previously aware of for one of the parcels. Again, back to the map that was approved by the board on March 8th, where we showed the full parcel. This is further down, further south, and a little bit to the west or to the left. We show the full parcel with hatch marks labeled 05-045320. The purple boundary indicates where that parcel had been split and should have been shown as being part of those two parcels in yellow to the east or to the right. And then here we show the full parcel with that number in the left map, which is what we call current. And then in the right map, we show the split that occurred, and those, because it was split, it was part of the prescription for wastewater treatment that was part of those adjoining parcels, which is currently sewered. And the modification is really the rest of that parcel minus those 7 acres. Does that help?
Yeah, so to that, the 7 acres was not part of it, but the reduction was only 3.6 acres.
So you had, because
the
of the
portion of
second
that-
bullet point, you had an increase of 3.61 acres. And because of the third bullet point, you had a reduction of 7 acres. And so it's a difference of negative 3.39 acres, which is
Okay.
why we reduced the total acreage by 3.39.
All right, and the last question, who creates these maps? Is this done by NOACA staff or is this done by the?
The base
applicant?
maps come from Geauga County.
Okay,
The maps that you see with all of the changes come from NOACA staff.
okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, very good. All right, thanks for the question, Shane. Any other discussion on this one before we take a vote? Well, Chris, did you have a comment or? Okay. All right, then, Chair will entertain a motion, to approve. Oh, we've got that already? We have the second word discussion? Okay, we're just voting now. All right, then, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Aye, all right. Anyone opposed? No, okay, then the, motion passes. Thank you. Okay. All right, so, the Board of Directors, June 7th, 2024, the meeting agenda items. Grace will cover the recommended action items, which have been vetted by other committees for placement on the June 7th, 2024 board meeting agenda as a group. And we will take a single action on them unless a motion is made to separate and act individually on one or more items.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So I'll be going through the individual items at a high level summary. If you'd like more detail, please go ahead and ask. So the first item is Brownfield's revolving loan fund recommendations for funding. The action is to offer a loan from the NOACA Vibrant Neo Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund to the city of Akron in the amount of $500,000. With the Brownfields Loan Program, we cover 12 counties because we partnered with Vibrant Neo that has Cleveland, Akron, Canton, and Youngstown. Vibrant Neo has already made this recommendation. The project is 1200 Firestone Parkway in Akron, 4 acres, 640,000 square foot of a building. The planned reuse is industrial manufacturing, and they're requesting $500,000 for asbestos remediation. And that's out of a project total of $7.5 million. The expected job creation is 150 temporary construction jobs and 100 permanent jobs. The Brownfield Steering Committee reviewed the applications at its April 19 meeting. We recommended a loan to the city of Akron for the full amount of their request. It is conditional upon NOACA being awarded an additional $1 million in supplemental funds from the US EPA. We've already applied for those funds and they are expected this month, but we will let you know when we hear officially. Approved by the Vibrant Neo board. Also in April was the specific loan terms of 0% interest with a 10-year repayment plan, general obligation pledge if possible, and the offer expires 1 year after the date of the NOACA board approval. Financial impact is it's an additional $500,000 allocation from the Brownfields Revolving Loan Fund. The additional $1 million that we asked for then would have a balance of $500,000. Any questions?
Just one, Amit's, how do we kind of cross-educate through our counterpart down in Akron?
So for the Brownfields Remediation Fund, it is actually not through AMATs. They are strictly an MPO. They are not a council of government that has any other responsibility. They report to the city of Akron. So we work with NEFCO, which is the four-county organization that covers Summit, Portage, Wayne, not Wayne, Wayne and what's Canton? Stark, yes, thank you. And so they deal with the 4 counties and they are a member of the Vibrant Neo board and they are on the committee. We do have the city of Akron on the committee, however, who works directly with us. Procurement, traffic count services. So the action here is to authorize the executive director to enter into contracts with Eggman Engineering and Southern Traffic Services to provide traffic counting services. This is something that is routine for us. The purpose of the traffic counting program is to calibrate and validate different modules of the NOACA travel forecasting model and to share data with stakeholders for various planning activities throughout the region. The RFP was posted for 4 weeks. We had 5 proposals submitted and we recommend 2 vendors, one Eggman Engineering and the other one Southern Traffic Services. We divided it between 2 vendors. It's a 1-year contract with options for up to 2 one-year extensions. We will contract with each vendor in the amount of $100,000, so a total of $200,000 to be expended. And the source is our CPG, our Consolidated Planning Grant Funds. Any questions? Moving on then, we have another procurement for the Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Plan Consultant. The request is to authorize the executive director to enter into a contract with RLS and Associates to update our Coordinated Public Transit Human Services Transportation Plan, which we call for short the Coordinated Plan. This is something that we update on a 4 to 5 year term. Our current plan is called Mobilize Access for Independence. That was approved by the NOACA board in 2019. This is required as part of our Section 5310 funding program. And essentially what the plan covers is goals and strategies for meeting the transportation needs of the region's seniors and persons with disabilities, particularly covering the gaps that public transit cannot provide. The RFP was issued for 4 weeks. We received 3 proposals. We are selecting RLS and Associates, and their subcontractor is the Texas Transportation Institute. Many of you may be familiar with TTI. They produce annually the top 10 cities that are the most congested, and that's what they're often associated with. NOACA will contract in the amount of $146,000, and the source of funding is both a consolidated planning grant and or Section 5310 program funds, depending on the timing. Oops, any questions? Moving on then, procurement of a bike map application development. This was approved by the Finance and Audit Committee this morning, as were the other procurements. And this one authorizes to enter into a contract with Tierra Plan to develop a bike map application. So the bike map elements would be a map for each of the 5 counties, the types of infrastructure, particularly focusing on the level of transit stress, transit and other points of interest and safety. We currently have paper maps. I say paper, but they are waterproof paper, so they are actually very popular. They're very expensive to print. I think we spend about $50,000 printing them. This won't do away entirely with the paper maps because people do like them, but it will reduce significantly the number of maps, particularly for those that may not be using it regularly or using it actually while they're in transit. We currently have the PDFs and the GIS on the NOACA website, but they are simply a non-interactive item, so we'd like to make it interactive, particularly using it for the bike trip planning. It will be both desktop and mobile friendly. We had the RFP issued for 5 weeks. 2 proposals were received. The recommended vendor, as I said, was Tierra Plan, and they do specialize in the development of web-based map applications. Tierra Plan will be, we will have a contract with them for $120,500, and the source is NOACA's Consolidated Planning Grant. Any questions?
It's really exciting. I wanted to ask, just on the who manages the app, is it, how's it actually get managed?
So that's a great question. It won't be an app in the traditional sense of downloading an app because that is much more intensive in terms of operations and maintenance. So it will be web-based, but used for mobile devices as well. We will be updating the data. We will be updating the changes, and we'll do that probably every 6 months or so. But Tierra Plan will still have a small amount of funding for maintenance. And I want to say, I thought Lindy, correct me if I'm wrong, it was a couple of $1,000s a year? Yeah, $2,000 a year. Procurement and engineering and planning services. This item, we're asking to enter into contracts with MKSK and DGL Consulting engineers to provide as required engineering and planning services. The purpose of the contracts is to facilitate and assist NOACA in its work by providing specialized technical services on agency projects and programs as needed. Some of this is due to times of vacancy, and the services are on a task order basis. And when we look at the efficiency and the effectiveness of this kind of a contract, NOACA does have 2 key positions vacant that are engineering based. We are a planning agency, so we don't need a significant number of engineers like ODOT or even county public works departments. Nevertheless, we then have some needs sometimes for consulting opportunities to get some information and to get some guidance and assistance. So we think this is the best way to do it from an efficiency perspective. When we finally do fill the 2 positions that are vacant, we may need this a little bit less, but right now it will serve both planning as well as engineering functions. We had a request for proposal that was issued for 3 weeks. We received 2 proposals, MKSK and DGL, and we are recommending both of them. They both have some contractors that are very well known in planning, urban design, as well as engineering, civil engineering to be specific. The contract with each vendor would be an amount not to exceed $100,000. So the total 1-year financial impact of the item is not to exceed $200,000. And there's also 1-year contract options for up to 2 1-year extensions. And again, this is expected to really help our operations and capacity at NOACA. Any questions?
Grace, question. So there's been a lot of talk about capacity at NOACA. I'm a strong advocate of it. Seems to be what you're doing here is hiring people to do the work when needed and then staffing up as needed. Am I interpreting this
Yeah, that is
correctly?
correct. We're currently at 40 staff, including some part-time. And we also have various contracts with vendors. This will be another contract with 2 vendors that give us that expertise as we need it. In many ways, as I said, is actually from an operations perspective, more efficient than having staff because the variety of expertise we may need may not be found in one person. And an engineering firm has access to, you know, hundreds and hundreds of people with various expertise.
Thank you, ma'am.
Further questions? Moving on then, the authorization for increased spending for legal fees. We are requesting an authorization for spending for legal fees with Bauer Griffith in an amount up to $100,000 for fiscal year 2024. Bauer Griffith legal fees typically do not exceed the executive director's authority. So for 10 years, we have kept this below $50,000. But there has been a significant increase in legal services provided to NOACA during fiscal year 2024. Some of it is related to increased level of procedural and legal guidance provided to the board and the board president. Some of it is associated with a higher volume of overall work, particular procurements and contract review and public records request. It is worthy to note that one of the main contract review items relates to the brownfields. And that is something new that NOACA has undertaken. And that expenditure, I think, is somewhere between $12,000 or $15,000. And that will be paid for out of the brownfield administrative costs. And so it isn't something that comes out of our general fund, but that is one of the higher volume of overall work that we have encountered in fiscal year 2024. As the end of March, we've hit $75,000, which is the threshold for my authority that was modified for fiscal year 2024. As you know, for the prior 10 years, it was $50,000. Legal aid, legal services are needed through the end of 24 for contract reviews and committees, board meetings, et cetera. And so pending your approval, will increase the amount up to $100,000 for fiscal year 24. For fiscal year 25, we do have it budgeted, I believe, at $75,000 again. Or for 25, yeah. Questions?
Mr. Chair, first question, was this on the pre-printed agenda that was sent out, or was this on?
It is on the agenda. However, it was a revision to the agenda earlier in the week.
Okay, I just have some questions because I hadn't seen it, and I thought that was the case. The first question is, how long has our, Bauer Griffith, engagement, how long have we had it with this
Yeah,
organization?
we've had the engagement, the executive committee, um, hired the, firm of Bauer Griffith to do work with us on the Code of Regulation changes in 2013. And then engaged, Bauer Griffith to, fill the vacancy, that was created by a, full-time staff member that was acting as legal counsel.
Thank you. In that time, have we gone out for a request for proposals in the, sounds like 10 and a half years since the initial engagement?
We have not. Ohio Revised Code does not require us to do that, and for purposes of operations and continuity, we kept, Bauer Griffith as legal counsel.
The move from 50 to 100,000, the 75,000 number that was also referenced, two questions. One has, and you might have referenced this already, but just for clarity, has there been guidance from the state or anybody else about spending discretion on that?
So the Ohio Revised Code changed the amount of, I guess, the threshold for procurements from $50,000 to $75,000. And the NOACA board has, as a matter of practice, used that threshold to be the threshold for the executive director to bring it to the board. And so when that changed from practice, internal procedures, we modify that to be $75,000.
Thank you. Sharon, to my colleagues, I do think, and I appreciate those answers, Grace. I do think given those answers, while it's not, as the CEO stated, required, I do think we very much as a board should consider in this cycle an RFP. It's just good governance to go 10 years without one. I believe strongly that it's something we should do. And then the second thing is I think just needing more clarity while it's, I need more clarity on just why not 75,000 versus 100. And then the third point I'm going to make is just from our experiences at one county staff particularly, we think it's been difficult to get information when asked from the Bauer Griffith firm, and I can go further into that at another time. But for those two reasons, I have thought, given this, later proposal that came from within the week and wasn't in the mail out, we either table it or we put some guardrails on it. And I think good governance would speak first to the issue of including an intentional statement about an RFP in this cycle. And secondly, that we just query it further, why not the 75,000? Thanks. And I would make that inquiry as well.
So to answer your inquiries first,
Yeah.
the 75,000 has already been reached.
Yeah,
So
no, I
that is
know.
why not
Yeah.
75.
But just on the question of, and you said a lot fast and I'm just trying to catch up with it, but whomever governs us, I don't know if it's state or otherwise, on the spending authority, unless it's the board itself, I prefer to go to the 75 and understand what we're spending our money on. And so that's just, I don't mean for you to have to answer that, Grace. It's just
No,
a
that's okay.
comment.
It's the board who governs.
Yeah.
And the board does not have, as far as we can find, a specific board action about it. It is related to the procurement in our internal policies and
Yep.
procedures. And that's what we take to the board. There was a robust discussion at the Finance and Audit meeting about this item as well. And the issue of putting out for bid or putting an RFP out for competitive procurement was brought up, and we are taking that under advisement. So if you want to, as you say, make it stronger, you certainly can do what you're proposing to do.
Thank you. Chair, just one would feel comfortable with us making that stipulation within the context of this resolution or a separate resolution, but I think it should happen today if this goes forward. And I also I appreciate the need for some flexibility as it relates to pivots and legal inquiries and other things. Just for my part, given what we've thus experienced at Cuyahoga County, I think keeping the number tighter than 100,000 to 75,000. And what I specifically saying what we've experienced in Cuyahoga County is just not enough information flow on a timely basis with our attorney. So those are the two pieces that I would put forth and could amend a resolution as such to get there.
If I could, I'll apologize for delays in information. I'm not aware of any inquiries, so that's definitely something we should talk about, because as I sit here, I don't have the recollection of or anything on my desk that is asking for information from the county, which I would certainly want to address.
And
So thank you for bringing
thank
that
you,
up.
counsel. That may be a discussion within, between you and also the organization, but I don't like to leave you in a nebulous world. I think our inquiry, just to try to understand the contract that we have with you, was very delayed, and I don't think I'm the only board member saying that, so.
I guess I would ask, just for my benefit, because I'm not aware of an inquiry on that, or I would have made sure that it was satisfied.
Well, like I said, if we want to have a meeting with the chair about this, I think just understanding expenditures and understanding Bauer Griffith's contract itself in a timely fashion as when it was discussed, which was now months ago, would have been more helpful. And again, I don't think I'm the only board member asking that. So I do reiterate the desire to consider a $75,000 number, and also particularly either in this resolution or separate but related one for RFP services. That comes with good governance. Obviously, Bauer Griffith has every right to be in that proposal. So,
If I may address both of the items, but specifically the 75, we've already reached that 75. So we can be a little bit clearer on a number under 100. And I mean, we rounded it up to say that if we are essentially spending 75 for 3 quarters, that the last quarter would be another 25. We can be a little bit more diligent about looking at the specifics and doing a better projection. So we can certainly do that. And then it was also stated this morning that we would be providing the invoices of Bauer Griffith for 2 years, this year and the previous year, to the board members for comparison purposes.
I appreciate that. Chair, if you'd like me to try to, I don't know how the colleagues feel about the RFP in the context of it's been 10 and a half years, would make a motion if you would entertain it.
Mr. Chair, point of information, please.
John?
So I'm just trying to understand what I'm hearing. So I'm hearing good governance, but I'm also hearing state statute, and I certainly don't think the state statute adherence would be anything less than good governance. So I just want to make sure we're very clear on that. We've established that we've already exceeded the 75,000. So we're talking about basically paying our bills. But I also think it's fair to point out that the creation of a need for legal support should not create a need to punish that legal counsel for supporting us. There's a cost associated with that. If you take a look at the overall history, the continuity, the care, there was a pretty steady standard there. And then in recent months, we've had a number of situations that required legal clarification, comment. That is what caused the increased cost overwhelmingly. So I don't believe legal counsel should be punished for doing their jobs as needed. So I just wanted to enter that into the conversation.
And just
Thank
in collegiality, Commissioner Hammercheck, there's, the intentionality has nothing to do with punish. That word is an odd word for me in reaction to this. It's good governance. So I do think, you know, again, they're two separate issues I put on the table, but Chair, I don't know if first we could entertain just conversation about RFP, and we can, I mean, come back to the issue on money. I just, for one, am glad that finance or whichever committee asked for line item spending over the last 2 years. I think it's important to know, heretofore we haven't had that. So, but I'd stay with the RFP for a moment, which again is just on good governance.
Bonnie, did you have a comment?
I do, and it's basically to repeat, my comments, during the finance committee meeting is, you know, I feel very strongly that that should have a publicly advertised, RFQ or P, to move forward on this. And you know, it's been 12 years, 11 years, sorry if I do the math, 11 years since, you know, this firm has been hired. And I think it's just good governance. It's just a verification, on, you know, we are following a transparent process. So my recommendation would be to table this, today, get the invoices as requested, from the committee, and then look at the opportunity to do an RFP, to, you know, to look at the most appropriate law firm.
Chair, just appreciate the comments from a colleague. I concur. And Bonnie, you thought that through well. Thank you.
Yeah, from an operations perspective, I think we can certainly tie together the increase in spending with a you know, a solicitation. But I do have the need for counsel between now and the end of the fiscal year. And a procurement process itself would not produce a new legal counsel that could do that work between now and the fiscal year. I would suggest that the legal counsel solicitation be done then in preparation for fiscal year 25, which starts July 1st of 2024. So it gives us the continuity of finishing out with Bauer Griffith, and then the procurement would allow Bauer Griffith to submit a proposal along with anybody else who is interested in the work, and then a procurement can be completed. So that's what I would ask for from an operations perspective. And to add to that, as I stated earlier, we can do a better job of estimating the cost below 100,000.
Grace, quick question. I'm sorry, I should know this, but your fiscal year goes from when to when?
It goes from July 1 to June 30th. So when I say the remainder of 24, I don't mean calendar year 24. I mean just to June 30th.
But didn't fiscal year start in July of 23 for 24? So
Yes,
the end of 24 is this July, July 1st, right?
right,
So the additional money only goes to July.
correct. So if it's not spent by July, then it doesn't get spent. And it's just and again, we'll come up with a better number.
Just to, again, I appreciate the exchange. To piggyback on Bonnie's question, at 50 is where you've been, at 75 is allowable by organizations that govern us, and the 100,000, it's a deviation from that 75,000, but are we already, we're at that
We're
point?
at the
Or
75,000.
just on the, I mean, it puts us in I don't not sympathize with your point about needing legal counsel at this organization during that period, but it puts us in a bit of a box in terms of the devil's choice of not doing that versus versus trying to put a bit of guardrails on this as we're starting to understand just wanting to know more about what we're paying for. So again, Chair, my continued refrain is about the need for an RFP. That's related, but it's also perhaps a separate initiative. And I otherwise totally agree with Bonnie's point is the tabling is a fair suggestion because we're really just getting this, and I think that's put us in a difficult spot.
Did Finance and Audit approve this?
They did.
Thank you.
They approved this.
They approved this to be moved to the board, yes.
Yeah, so in other words, this item along with this whole package is, obviously we're sending all this, going to approve it hopefully for the June 7th meeting that
Correct.
this would get voted on at that time. And you said they approved it this morning.
Yeah, Chair,
in
if
the
I may,
committee.
just to reiterate that, the conversations during the Finance Committee was in regard to doing an RFP and, also asking for the invoices for the last 2 years. So don't,
Or prior to the board meeting.
correct,
Right.
yes, correct.
So, Chair, just with that and appreciate that update. Seems like on that aspect of the Finance Committee conversation, we could offer in this meeting a separate resolution about our intent to, or our recommendation to the board to seek RFP for the fiscal year 2025 and have a return beyond.
Mhm.
I'd be happy to at least simplify that a bit with a motion if you'd like.
And
Can the RFQ happen at the behest of just the executive committee? So we're not waiting until the beginning of June for something that you want in place
Well,
on July 1? I want to make sure
yeah.
we speed this process.
I was going to
for you.
suggest that we could have the RFP out there prior to the board meeting so that when this item would come up for approval, you would already have it out there.
Chair, I yield to you on that question. I appreciate it.
What do I think? Yeah, I think, I think we need to take care of the business at hand. I think, if we have, exceeded 75,000 in legal fees, we just have done that and, we need to pay the bill. I do like the idea of, keeping this, transparent and, competitive and moving forward into the following fiscal year. Certainly, I think an RFP would be appropriate. I think it's going to take some time to, get in place. And I don't know if we're going to have it, we would even have it in place by our next, certainly probably not by our next board meeting.
Like keeping in mind that it does not need board approval up to $75,000, and I would not expect legal fees to exceed $75,000 in the next fiscal year. So I believe if we have the RFP issued before the board meeting, it could give the board the sense of assurance that it's asking for, and then put in place under my authority the legal contract by July 1. And we certainly could have consultation with the board president or with the executive committee, which is how we came about hiring Bauer Griffith in the first place.
And this
Sure.
type of service would, if I understand, require an RFQ as opposed to an RFP, which is similar but a little less
Right.
technical, so easier to get out quickly. So you have answers to these questions.
In that comment, Chair, because we're all familiar with RFQs and RFPs. I tend to, I think there's no question an RFQ is a good, good route. I also think in some way, if the wording at this point and perhaps, mediated by you, if there is any need for that, a RFQ/RFP might be the wording in the language, and then to be further, discussed and mediated from you to staff and others. Just a thought. I mean, I think respect the point about the RFQ. I think having it in the motion that they're in that time space as, directed by chair to the CEO, if it's appropriate, would be, either or both, and that's to a further discretion, I think.
And
Although and just to add to that, although an RFQ is, very appropriate, I think put my former budget hat on, it is good practice to have the cost presented as the hourly rate as well. And so it's not just the qualifications, it's also the cost.
Which agreed, it comes forth in a proposal, so.
And I think also, because I think we all have maybe different but similar thoughts on this. So, I would be in favor of also, having a special meeting with the executive committee prior to our next scheduled meeting to discuss this further, if we need to. Okay. Okay.
I was gonna, we do have obviously you have a proposal, I mean, a resolution. Is this, I see next steps on this screen. I can't, if we scroll back, is it,
Sorry,
is it,
to the action?
yeah. And that action is bundled within these other actions. I just might suggest this is protocol appropriate, is pull this out separate from the others. I would be first very comfortable with what we've discussed, which is, and would be happy to make a motion about it. I think, Chair, we've got time to speak, obviously June 7th with the board about it if they're not comfortable with it, but I don't dislike the CEO's point about being able to ready us organizationally for a schedule that we're on with respect to the July 1 fiscal year turn. So I would almost make the motion, for the consideration of this board, but ask you three to talk that through to whether you can issue that out to the public. And I would assume you can.
We can.
Okay. So just, is it possible to separate this action, pull it from the bundled actions, or make a separate resolution that's not a part of this or related to this as it relates to the RFP? I'm sorry, I just put a lot in one run-on sentence.
That'd be my recommendation.
Pull it out.
So we would pull it out when we make the motion for this bundle, and then do a separate. You're recommending a separate resolution, or a separate motion? Is a motion or resolution? Recommending the RFP. Okay.
Because we're pulling this piece out of the bundle, but then we're coming back to the potential motion for the RFP.
And I think when we,
But to be added to that.
Yeah.
So we'll vote on two things.
Okay.
We'll vote on this one separately, and that is my recommendation, to vote on this separately and a separate new motion on an RFP.
Or link them together.
Yeah, to the other board members, I've spoken a lot already on this, so I'm interested in your thoughts.
Yeah, so a point of clarification for me, if your fiscal year is over June 31st, and you're requesting an amount up to 100,000, that includes the 75
Correct.
limit. So it's an additional 25
That is correct.
to get us to July 31st, correct?
June 30th.
June 30th.
June
June 30th.
31st, sorry, June
June
30th.
30th.
30th?
I think there's 30
Yeah,
days.
yes, yeah.
What, at the end of June?
But yes, to get us through the rest of the fiscal year, which is less than a couple of months.
Okay. So this particular resolution is just for an additional 25,000 to
Correct.
get us to the end of June.
Actually, that's a good point. Yes, we
Which-
should make that clear that it's just an additional 25,000, right?
Which I'm okay with. However, I believe it's in the best interest as we move forward to do an RFP.
Correct.
After that for, and, appreciate the fact that you have the authority to go up to 75, but I think it's just in our best interest that for fiscal 2025, that we do an RFP.
Yes,
Okay.
And just to
we can do
and
both.
iterate on that, I'm understanding of where you're going. I think, and I appreciate the concurrence on the RFQ, RFP. Seems to me as Chair's directing would pull this out. The only question I have is, so I'm with Bonnie through that, is the only question I have is, one, I think it is a great conversation for you guys to have about whether CEO and the organization can send out the RFQ, RFP. And again, getting down right what we're actually looking for, but I'm going to just keep it open, RFQ, RFP, if you ask for or motion on that. But the other thing is, since we are now, I think these are all recommendations to the board, right? So we're pulling this out, but we're asking for a recommendation of the board to cover the gap of 25,000 as it relates to the 100,000. To me, you may have to separate the two because you're seeking the latitude to move expeditiously on an RFQ, RFP, which might mean between now, mid-May to June 7th.
Yeah, I actually don't need any authorization for the RFP,
right,
RFQ. I
okay.
can do that
All right,
tomorrow.
okay, so that's helpful to know. So,
I can ensure
yeah.
that it is up before the board meeting, so everyone
Okay.
has a level of comfort.
I think that's, go ahead.
So I guess I'm questioning, do we actually need to pull this out from everything else if we're still approving the 25,000? I think we're, at least my concern is ensuring that we have a RFP for the next year. And I'm not sure if we need to pull this out and then tie them together, or we can vote on this as it is, as it stands right now, and then have a separate.
I think we do a separate motion for the RFQ/RFP and then leave this in this package.
And I think the original, just trying to begin to make that connection is has been satisfied from my perspective relative to this with the goodwill that we'll still take up in this meeting, the RFQ, RFP, separate
Yeah.
motion.
Okay, I think we're good. Okay, excellent.
Thank you. Appreciate the guidance. And Bonnie, thank you very much for bringing up the clarification on the $25,000 in the fiscal year. Sometimes we assume that everybody knows the fiscal year and understands it, but that was very helpful. Okay, next item then is the plan and tip amendments for fourth quarter, state fiscal year 24. The action requested is that items 5C, 1, 2, 4 get approved. This has already been presented to the councils and the committees. And so the items are bridge rehabilitation in Cuyahoga County, that's the Hilliard Road Bridge, as well as the Rockside Road bridges. A major rehabilitation on Lorraine I-90 and some miscellaneous changes at the EV charging station program. Actually, it's not miscellaneous. It's a miscellaneous item in terms of project type, but the item is not miscellaneous. I didn't mean to suggest that. It is adding the grant that we just received in the project that goes along with that, which is the EV charging program that we received a $15 million grant for to complete an $18.75 million project. So any questions on that? Okay, moving on then, the NOACA Annual Priority List, State Fiscal Year 2025. This is a standard and routine item annually to have you approve that priority list. It goes from a 20-year long-range plan to a 4-year TIP to a 1-year annual priority list. The priority list for 2025, which begins July 1st, 29 projects totaling 42.6 million, includes debt service payments for previously approved state infrastructure bank loans. As you can see, 47% of the items are roadway at $20 million. Then we have bicycle pedestrian facilities at 18% and transit at 30%. And this does include all of our funding sources. Any questions? Next is Public Transportation Agency Safety Performance Measures. The request is for the board to approve the public transportation safety performance measures targets. This is a requirement at the federal and state levels. Has been through the councils and the committees. This essentially comes from GCRTA. Well as Lake Tran, Lorain County Transit, Medina County Public Transit. You may wonder why you don't see Geauga on here, and that is because Geauga Public Transit now is operated by Lake Tran. Any questions?
Who'd you say Lake Trans managing now? What was the?
Geauga.
Oh, it's Geauga. Good. Regional.
Yeah.
Good. Is that good? Sorry. It seems like regionalism. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool.
They have a demands response system, and Lake Tran has a very good operating structure for that system. So from NOACA's perspective, it's been a very good partnership, both efficiently effective and better service to the community. Okay, next is the Geauga County FPA prescription modification in Bainbridge Township. So this item is approving an FPA change for one parcel, which is 3.72 acres in Bainbridge from future consideration, limited sewer expected within 20 years to currently sewered. Applicant is Geauga County Department of Water Resources. These are the maps of before and after. I was hoping nobody would joke about that, but yes. I should have known. Any further questions on this one? And we'll triple check by the time the board meeting comes along to make sure. The next one is Lorco Avon Lake Phase 1, Elyria FPA boundary and prescription modification request in Eaton Township. So this is removing one parcel in Eaton Township and adding it to Lorco Avon Lake Phase 1 FPA, and change the prescriptions from limited to expected. The applicant is Lorain County Rural Wastewater District, which is Lorco. It is currently in Elyria FPA. There are agreements in place, not agreements there. All of the parties agree to the change, so it is not anything controversial. Again, the maps before and after. Any questions? That would conclude the action items that we will be requesting at the board. Now, these are two presentation items that we are requesting to be placed on the agenda for the board meeting, so you do have to approve these as part of that slate. So the first one, am I reading that correctly? Yes, procurement practices and procedure updates. So this is really talking about the $50,000 limit. Again, doesn't need approval, but wanted to make sure that the board is aware of the change in 50,000 to 75,000.
And just one more time, that's within the state boundaries, right?
So the state has changed the threshold for competitive procurements.
Mhm.
And we tie our authority to the board to that competitive procurement.
Yeah, and that,
So when it's a competitive procurement, we bring it to the board
okay.
based on that limit.
And that's, just one more
Internal
time,
policy.
but the number is 75.
75,000.
Yeah, okay, good,
Yes,
that's what I thought.
sorry,
Thanks, okay.
75,000. And that's internal policy.
Yep.
But just want to make sure that board members understand what they'll be looking at in the future. And the other part to this that we feel is necessary to inform the board is that based on the Ohio Revised Code change, they also have an increase of 3% per year beginning in calendar year 2025. So it'll be 75,000, and then in 25, it will be 75 plus 3% and continuing on. Next is Irishtown Bend Slope Stabilization Project status. So we will be having a presentation on this item. It was originally scheduled for January and was deferred due to the length of the January meeting. Really, we will have a detailed presentation on the work that Irishtown Bend is undergoing in terms of its rehabilitation and bulkhead replacement, as well as a general discussion of the value that the port brings economically to the region. And this presentation will be made by Will Friedman. So at this point, I believe you can take action on all of those items.
All right, very good. So, so can I have a motion to place the items on the June 7th, 2024 board agenda? Shane, thank you.
Second.
Second, Bonnie, thank you. Any more discussion? All right, then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No. Okay, then the motion is approved. And then we have an additional motion regarding the
Chair,
RFP.
I
RFQ.
just did my best to just scratch it out and amend and edit where needed. If I would, okay to entertain a motion now?
Please, yes.
Okay,
yeah.
just a motion that Executive Committee of the NOACA Board hereby direct the agency's Executive Director and CEO to issue a request for qualifications and proposals from qualified entities for the agency's legal services by the end of the fiscal year 2024.
Okay, all right. Can I have a second? Any more discussion? Okay, we could.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
only
yeah.
concern I have with that, council, but obviously your council, just in the, is the decision able to be made that fast if there is one? And that's my only concern of putting the words with that.
As
Okay.
soon as practicable
Yeah.
in 2024 in terms of execution date.
Yeah, I mean, that's better. Yeah.
A transition
Yeah.
that's needed as
Yeah.
well. if There is a change.
Yeah.
All right, any more discussion then? I think we're good. All right, then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? No? Okay, then the motion passes.
Thank you for the
Thank you.
exchange.
Thank you. Okay, let's see here. Let's see. Presentation and discussion items. Any further action items?
There are no further action items. There is one more presentation item or one presentation item.
Then that would be the Board of Directors Engagement and Communication Survey.
Yes.
Okay, and Liz Barlick, you're gonna present this item for us?
Good morning.
And let me introduce Liz Barlick. I don't know if she has been
Oh.
introduced yet to the executive committee, but Liz Barlick is our associate director for executive affairs. So she has given us some additional capacity to take on better support of the board. And this is something that we have been talking about that Liz would like to undertake, and it relates to another study that we are doing, and so I'll let Liz go right into the details.
Thank you so much, and good morning. So this is just for information and discussion. There's been no previous action. So by way of background, NOACA, we are currently undergoing an internal strategic plan that's being developed by OE Strategies. They have been engaging with staff through interviews, surveys, and visioning sessions to then take that data to make recommendations for an internal strategic plan. And in doing this process, as you are all well aware, lots of staff time is dedicated to supporting you all and the board. So it became relevant that to expand the scope of what OE Strategies is doing to include a board survey that could help match the expectations and priorities between staff and the board. And then, of course, I am here to help Grace, help you all, which has created some capacity to review our processes in terms of packets and presentations and all these materials that you get. And that is best served by, of course, feedback and input from you all. So the process would be to, with OE Strategies, interview several board members to help develop survey questions. That survey would be an online survey that would be then distributed to all board members. OE Strategies would review the data, make some recommendations, and give a presentation to Grace and myself and you all. And then that information would be used to guide any changes or improvements to our current processes when it comes to board meetings, committee meetings, subcommittee, council meetings, board engagement at the staff level and Grace's level, and then, of course, all the different forms of communication we have with you all. So the next steps is to implement any recommendations that we would get from that information to best support you all.
So again, there's no action required here. We just wanted you to be aware and to get some input from you now on what we plan on doing. And the internal strategic plan is something we've been working on for over a year now. So we have an internal steering committee made up of employees, and they developed the scope of service. We issued the RFP. They evaluated, selected a vendor. The vendor's been doing work with staff. They've already done a staff survey. One of the things that came out in the staff survey was that some staff feel that we spend a lot of time preparing for board meetings. And so that and sort of looking at aligning that with what the board needs are, really is something that we thought would make sense. And then, as I stated earlier, with Liz's presence now and her review of our processes, she has come up with some ideas on improving the support through technology. And so we just want to get your feedback on those things.
You want any feedback now or later?
That would be
I mean,
great.
personally, Chair,
I
I
mean,
think
that
the
would be
CEO.
great, and then
You have any
that helps
feedback?
us prepare for everybody else.
I mean, just one voice, I think it's a good way to go and an interface on what you, Chair, and the board need, just to help expedite information that, is able to be expedited and not give time and room for other items that need more time for conversation on. And on that, I just put as an example, once in a while, it'd be good to have an opportunity to just vet out the board level strategy, where we're going as an organization, spend a little time on that. And some of the items, I think it's as important as they are, if we read, we can read about them, and just on some of the, my observations on the early, the meetings go fairly long with a lot up front that we might be able to cover somewhat in our material packets. But I applaud the effort.
Okay, very
You
good.
could be one of our interviewees.
Happy to.
Okay. All right. Any other comments from the board? From Liz's presentation, for Liz's presentation?
Grace, I apologize, but I think there was something on the agenda that did not get included in the presentations for the board slate, which is the E66 functional reclassification. I just want to make sure that didn't get missed.
Ooh.
It's item F, 5F.
Chair, if I may, it's in in the agenda,
It's on the agenda. I don't,
Which
It-
item is it?
not part of the presentation.
Oh, E.
But-
So there was no slide on it,
there was no slide. So
but
you
it
would
is
know.
in the slate.
Yes.
So,
Let's go back.
Yeah.
and approve this conclusion to part of the presentation.
Oh.
well,
Committee discussion.
sure. And I can give a quick update on that, even though we don't have slides for it. So functional classification amendments, there is a small segment of East 66th that is not considered part of the federal aid system and because of its classification. So to be consistent between Euclid Avenue and Superior, we would like to add this piece into it, and particularly because of all the work that is now happening along East 66th Street, including the fact that it is NOACA's Complete and Green Streets pilot.
So you're
So
looking
we need
for-
to amend that
So you're looking for a
motion then?
Motion to take 5F, approve it and include it in the original
Or
slate.
just a new, Nancy's thinking just a new motion?
So a motion to approve 5F and include it in the original slate.
Second that.
All right, thank you, John. Thank you, Chris. Excuse me. Any more discussion on that? Okay, then all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Nope. Okay, the motion passes. Glad, that was a good catch. Thank you. Thank you, Liz. All right. Okay.
Thank you,
Let's see.
Liz.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, lost my place here. All right. So, yeah, any more reports or updates for today? I would like to take the executive committee into executive session. So can I have a appropriate motion, please?
Executive Committee, I'd like to entertain a motion to go into executive session, would be to consider the investigation of charges and complaints against an employee.
Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, Bonnie. All those, oh, we need a roll call, don't we? Please. Okay.
Bonnie T. Wynn,
Yes.
Jeff Brandon.
Yes.
John Hammercheck. Shane Hajar. Chris Renee.
Yes.
Okay, let's maybe just go into that little room by the elevator and we'll be back shortly. Okay. I'll take it. Yeah. I got 3 boys at home. They eat everything. I might just eat it all on the way home though. Long trip back to Medina. Okay, so the chair will entertain a motion to exit executive session. Thank you, Shane. Second, please.
Second?
Second, thank you, Chris. We don't need discussion. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we're at executive session. Back to our agenda here. Do we have any old business? All right, I guess not. Do we have any new business? No. Okay, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Thank you,
Second,
John.
you need it.
Second from Chris. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No one's opposed. All right. We're done. Enjoy the weekend. Thanks for coming today. Yeah.